Okay, we are back. It's another episode of Stationeers, episode 13. So we were picking up right where we left off last time. So we just sealed off the green room and laid the foundation to build the entry point of the airlock from the hab to the greenhouse. All right. So in order to do that, we're going to have to move some of these structures. Let's take off our gear here while we're in here. And set some of this stuff down. All right, so hand drill? No power. I think I put it over here. All right. So we should be able to cable corner. All right, that cable is an important cable. Because it's all of the internals for this stuff. So we need to route it somewhere else. So we have a cable coming down here, right? There. So we should be able to route it like this. Oh. There we go. Do we want a glass door or a composite door? Oh, I didn't know you could have floor hatches. Maybe we'll have a floor hatch in the green room to get to the journals. You know, I could see using a floor hatch here to get down to the thing. Interesting. I won't worry about that later. All right, I think for an internal door, a glass door is fine. We want the electronics facing the other way. And now I had it. Uh-oh. Let's pick all those up. Any more? Okay. Nothing else down there, right? Right, okay. All right. We'll figure this guy out later. Yeah, we need some plastic. Not you. There we go. And now, I'll put you back. Okay. So this is obviously a weak point in the system until we get the other side of that done. Okay. I really don't have any other good place to put this thing right now. Not without either changing out some of these windows or maybe redoing the storage over here. But with all the electronics and stuff going behind here and the piping, I don't think I can have like storage hung up here. So if I can just have this like in the middle of the room, like so. It's kind of like a little kitchen island. I think that'll work. Okay. And then it's just a matter of hooking it up. Oh, I forgot those were down there, or on there. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. Okay, the power is on the left. There we go. So we have a little kitchen island now. I think that's fine. And let's see, how are we doing? I think the grow light just turned off, which means growing poorly towards fruiting, thriving towards seeding, thriving towards seeding. So soybeans are growing poorly. We are at 0.666 CO2. Temperature's holding at 12 degrees. So maybe we'll bring that up a little bit more. I don't know if the water temperature affects the plant health or not. But that's the only other thing that can be affecting the plants. I mean, there's some pollutant in there, but it's below the threshold to present any danger. But the pressure is fine. What does that mean, 5.3 liters of liquid? Is there still liquid in this room somewhere? We're going to try something. I'm still learning about the drains in this, but one thing I saw is they have like an area effect. Okay, so what we're going to do, let's go ahead and get some food and water while we're in here. Okay. We're definitely going to need to replace our nitrogen filter during today's session. Let's go ahead and head on out. Well, we'll need more walls at some point. We're going to need all this stuff at some point. 11. Just extra glass we'll need. All right, let's go take a look. Now that the door is done on that side, we should be able to finish the airlock. No, there's a few things we're going to need to do. This is going to be interesting. I think we're going to wait on finishing off the airlock. So we were going to make this an advanced airlock for the purpose of transitioning from the hab to the greenhouse. But now I'm starting to think maybe we want to tack on a separate airlock. So maybe have one down here that uses just a normal basic airlock controller. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because there's still atmosphere on the other side of that airlock. Nope, it's going to have to be an internal airlock. So we will have to finish it from the inside out. Or basically, I will need to go ahead and close this off. And we will build it from the inside, from the hab side, until we're all the way through to the greenhouse, which is already vacuum. My cat's talking to me. All right. So what are we going to need? We're going to need a console. Uh-oh. We're out of power over here again. I thought we were doing better, but I knew there was a chance we were going to still be hurting. Okay, one console. An advanced airlock controller. We're going to need a sensor. Okay. Okay. We'll need a light. We'll use the flashing light for the airlocks. We'll need 2 active vents. That's going to be at the other place. We'll need 2 passive vents, also at the other place. Sensor, console, controller, internal door, internal vent, external vent. Yep, that's all we need from here. Okay. Need 2 vents. Do we want to do the... This airlock is even bigger than the airlock we're using to get into the hab. So I feel like... Why is there air pressure over here? Oh, it's air venting from the coal. Okay. I saw air. Yeah, you see the gas effect over there. I thought I was losing atmosphere somehow. Okay, so maybe we don't need passive vents. Actually, yeah, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do something similar to what we're doing in the hab already. We're going to make 4 of these. Two. Three. 4. Okay, so we're going to need a couple of pipe analyzers. And a couple of digital valves. You need steel. We got steel. Do we still have steel outside, though? You've got the extra steel. Okay. 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 Now we'll need to be able to read the analyzers. One for each. And then we'll need to be able to write to the valves. So 4 IOs total. I hate that we can't tell what's in there. Nope, we still need one more. We will need one memory. So we already have one of these memory in the hab side that's already governing the inline tank for the internal airlock for the hab. So we only need one for the greenhouse side to compare that pipe analyzer to. Okay. Okay, and then we need 2 logic processors. To compare the reader for the analyzer to the memory. Okay. Oh. And then we will need passive vents. So, passive vents are bidirectional, right? They don't prevent access one or the other way, right? Into and out of pipe, which works. Yeah, they're by themselves. They allow full flow in and out. Okay. This didn't used to be anything significant before, but now that you have phase changes and actual physically represented gases and liquids coexisting in the same lines now, it's more important than ever to manage what's available to, to the rooms, to the passive vents, to the pipe networks. Speaking of which, first of all, let's get caught up on our batteries. So you're empty now, right? So change you out. What happened? And how are you? 1%. So I think everything else should be pretty good. We can swap you out anyway, since that's pretty much a one use case. Okay, and then you, yeah, we'll swap you out here in a bit. Let's go take a look at our water line. 12 degrees. I don't think that's hurting the soy. Yeah, 20 to 30 degree grow temperature. Okay, so, but I can't think of anything else that would be affecting the plants. So I'm assuming it's the temperature. So we're going to go ahead. Oh, do we have the water, the hot water to do it? I mean, we're down to less than a liter now. And if we raise the temperature any more, it's going to use even more of this. I don't know if we should do this or not. Yeah, this thing is staying on way too long. We go and take a look at the water tank. There's 5 liters of water in there. So the condensation chamber is collecting the water condensation chamber is collecting the water out of the steam tank, but it's doing it very slowly. I think because of this pipe network. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and raise the temperature to 18 degrees. And that's a lot. And we could come into a situation where we're not producing enough hot water to maintain that temperature. Well, maybe we will. So because we're using so much hot water to heat up this system, there's less and less water in this line. That means that that volume is going to be more concentrated. It'll be even hotter. So it might balance out that the higher heat, even though it's a lower volume of water, will still be able to mitigate the requirements of the system once it levels off. Like right now, it's using everything we've got to raise the temperature up to the 18 degrees that we've set it for. Once we hit that, this will start to turn off and this will start to kind of accrue and it'll cool down a little bit. But this will still have to keep kicking in and out to maintain this temperature in here. How is that affecting our steam tank? What we should see is water volume going down. It's 29% now, and it is going down. Temperature should probably go up a little more. And the moles of steam should go up. Maybe not. We might run out of steam. Now we can make more steam. That was an unexpected byproduct of the ice tank. Yeah, we're losing a lot of steam. Okay. We get in there. We're almost there. So we'll check again once we get to our target temperature. And we might lower that temperature, to be honest. I don't think we want it that high, considering we are using it as a coolant for our water cooler, or our wall cooler. What was the other thing I was going to do? I was going to add a drain to the hab, because there's liquid in that room, and I don't know how else to find it. I thought we eliminated all of it once we cleared the hab, but apparently not. Okay. Okay, so we're just about ready to start working on the airlock. So we sealed off the airlock. There's a little bit of Mars atmosphere on this side. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh yeah, no, there was no way. So I was just thinking maybe I should have built a frame there first and then built this frame, but I wouldn't have been able to build the frame because of the airlock door we'd already made over there. So yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of Mars atmosphere on this side. So when we go into the hab and we tear down this frame, it should level out. Yeah, it's sealed on both sides. So maybe we should build a temporary that won't work. What am I thinking? I'll put it here. And just because I haven't built one before, we're going to use an insulated passive vent. Wow, that's expensive. So what we'll do is we'll have this outlet that we can connect to from one of the active vents inside, and we'll use that to purge what's left of the atmosphere in there. So we'll be able to go into the room from the hab side. We'll finish the gas line from the hab side so we can purge all that into the inline tank. And then, once we are done with the hab side of the internals for the airlock, we'll break down the frame between the hab and the greenhouse with the hab side closed and the atmosphere on that side purged out. So all we have is left is Mars atmosphere from the other side. And then we will use, no, don't turn off, stay on me. There you go. Yeah, okay. Then we'll purge the Mars atmosphere out using the active vent in there, tear that down, finish the greenhouse side of the airlock, set to zero pressure on that side, obviously, because we've got nothing in the airlock now. It's all vacuum, or it should be vacuum at this point. And then we'll be ready to start working on the greenhouse proper. It sounds like a good plan. All right. So anything else we're going to need? We're going to need more insulated pipes, right? Eventually we're going to need these, but not for the airlock. Okay, so let's get some insulated pipes going. We're going to need a lot of pipe, so we might as well just... No, we don't need that many. And we're going to need a filter soon, too. We're gonna need some more floors, right? You need some more iron. I got your iron. Maybe 50 iron. There we go. Oh, that's why there was no iron in there. All right, let's go ahead and swap out our filters while we're here. And actually, those would take a while to print, so that should be enough for the airlock part, at least. Oh. Okay. Waste tank caution. Carbon dioxide. Just need one for now. Okay, we can go ahead and swap that out now. I really need to get my recycler up and running. And we'll get the insulated pipes later. Oh, that's all of them. Okay. Keep those, set you aside. Yeah, I really need to get my recycler up and running. And here we go. I think we have everything. Okay. This is a mess. At least there's no kinetic physics in this game. I mean, I know storms can cause damage to items left on the ground, but you would think throwing stuff around like this would cause damage as well to the stuff you're throwing or the stuff you're hitting with the stuff you're throwing. But I haven't seen that be the case. I'm just making this worse for myself, aren't I? Yeah, I can't move through here.
通知我，我就通知他们是确定去他们那边，然后这样子保险才不会有问题。因为他通常，因为光阳是上礼拜跟我讲的，可是他到昨天。
Okay. First thing we're going to do. No, we're going to save the drain for last. There's water in this room. I want to get rid of it, but I'm not that worried about it right now. Growing poorly towards seeding. Keep it closed. Okay. So we're going to need an inline tank over here. Oh, good. We got plenty of room for it. Just going to keep everything consolidated for now. Okay, so while we're thinking about it, we'll set up the console. Okay. We're going to have an active vent.
OK， 它是多了一个，对，它多了一个约，其实内容一样，但它多了一个约定数，就是表示说哪边的保障内容费率保费有调整嘛，还有特别写出说哪几个，就那个约定数有改，也特别有多一个约定数这样子，对，没关系，他给我会全部都给你，他给我就全部给你，就全部都给法务看，就是。不要只给他其中一份，我觉得全都给他看啊。
Yeah, the active vent will be here.
这样比较安全一点。
The light was going to be deeper in the facility, the airlock, so we're not going to have room to build it just yet. Let's go ahead and start wiring or plumbing this vent. Okay, and then oh, that's going to go onto the other side as well. All right, so inline tank. The rest will go on the other side.
对，我不晓得，他可能他们的考量点吧。不过他们其实也是调费调蛮多的，虽然比你们少一点点，可是其实也是调不少。对，但是没办法，因为对现在各家保险
I think this is the better side. So I think we're going to do this a little bit differently then. Blocked by cable straight.
那个可能是好几年的保费都追不回来的，可是你也不能保证，比如说我这10年中大家都很平安，这个很难讲。就算我不意外，也有可能会生病。
Okay.
对。当然以后有机会，我们还是会。
All right, I need to find it.
现在都是有比较好的哦，有没有可能有一点让利出来给那个对，就会减低影响。
Or I guess.
最低都会。对，我知道。
I mean, it bothers me that there's a free cable there that's not going anywhere. Because there's nothing for it to plug in over here. No, I got to get rid of that. I can't. Now that I know it's there, I can't just like leave it. Yeah.
3月3号寄给你的。喂，3月3号寄的，对，你帮我找一下那个3月3号，对，3月3号的信，你帮我看一下，好。
Yeah, it just terminates there.
好 ，OK， 谢谢你，好，拜拜。OK， 进京科技。
Okay. So this appears to be, we'll find out.
You're streaming, right?
Yes, it's okay.
Is it not okay?
Oh, Luna, you're not letting Mama work.
You want me to pay her?
Of course she does. Just let them see what your daily pain looks like.
No, I'm not make up yet.
No, they don't see you. They just see her. Luna, Mama can't work like this.
The paper. You can ask all that paper.
You want me to move her?
Leave her here.
Leave her?
Her face.
She's so happy. It's a bright day. No clouds.
That makes me probably lower temperature again.
It's gonna get cold again? I thought this winter was over. It's March.
It's kind of weird, no?
Yeah.
You see? Saturday.
15 degrees. 14 degrees.
So next Friday and Saturday will be cold again. And then 22? You see? You go back again.
So we're going to go to 30 down to 15.
Just 2 days. Don't.
Those are going to be some sleepy days.
No, I think a lot of people got a fever or cold. Got a cold. The temperature is so bad.
That's what I was going to say. It's going to wipe us out. It's going to make us want to sleep. All right, back to the game. Let me know if you want me to move her. She looks so comfortable, so happy.
I know.
That is one content cat. Oh, somebody's trying to talk to you.
No, email.
Email, okay. Okay. So all of those are corrected. Now we can go back to our original plan, which was to have this go this way. There we go. Okay, the pipe analyzer will go here. The other one will go in the greenhouse. All right. These will probably go over here. And then the line will come in this way from the power stem for the hab for this side. And so there's going to be a digital valve. It's a digital valve, so it doesn't matter which way it faces, right? So we can connect the power from this side. Oh, there you go. And then feed that into The other one's going to go on the inside, on the greenhouse. Passive vent. Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Why is still here?
Huh?
Why is still here?
Okay, that's all the piping we need for this side then, right? So it's a grand total of 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pipes. We'll hold on to these. No, we'll just take all of it. All right. Wire these into power. Actually, let's get the wire cutters so we can see where we're linking. And just, there we go. Hi, Luca. Okay. All right. So now we need, actually, we can just have the reader and writer in here. Have a logic reader. Logic writer. And then the processor won't be able to go here. So I think the processor will have to go here. I wonder if there's another way I could have done this. I really don't think there is. It's fine. As long as that other side doesn't collide with anything, it should be fine. All right. Then the other one goes in there. What is that? Memory. That's for the greenhouse side. We've already got memory in here for this one that we'll leverage for this one. So we already have a pressure target to compare to. And finally, crate mark 2, that's for the greenhouse. And the sensor, that's going to go somewhere in here. I think that's fine. And anything else? We got everything else. Oh, why are we still in our suit? Okay, so let's name these. Logic reader, greenhouse, door, greenhouse, outer, tank pressure. Greenhouse, outer tank pressure. Logic writer. Greenhouse. I need to condense that. All right. Logic processor, greenhouse, tank, pressure, compare. All right, let's wire those up. There we go. Okay, that's wired up. And that's wired up. Okay. Okay, logic writer reads from the wait, there's a logic writer in here that doesn't have a name? I have no idea what that is. Okay, LP cool compare, LP cool select, LP GH tank pressure compare. That's what we want. Right out to GH outer tank valve. On. You're good to go. All right, you're going to read from not the blank logic writer that I'm going to have to find at some point and fix. LP cool compare, LP cool select, LP warm compare, LP warm select, LR daylight, LR GH outer tank pressure. That's right. Is greater than temperature, light switch, tank valve, grow light. Okay. Lights, low temp, max temp, mid temp. No. Oh, it's not on this network. It's on the atmospherics network, which is outside the hab. And there's no way for me to get to it because of the circuitry here. So I'm going to need another memory. Or I guess I'll just use this one. Actually, is there another way to connect to that memory? All right, let's get some water. Oh, that was just one potato? Does this table actually use power when it's not, when the when these devices aren't on. I don't know. I mean, it's got data, so I'm assuming it does use power all the time when it's on. Oh no, you can use data to read its state when it's off and then turn it on when you need to. So maybe, yeah, we'll worry about that later. Okay, so I don't know if I want to use this memory yet. I want to see if I can somehow reach this memory. So yeah, they're using the power from the atmospherics line. They're not using power from the hab, which comes in on up here and comes down through here and then goes around here. So I might be able to tie into it over here. Actually, yeah. So we can do this. First of all, now that I'm thinking about it, let's put these walls back up. Why are you being such a pain in the ass? There you go. It needs to go like that. Okay. Now for this, that input is going to be separate from these guys. So we are going to we can close these off now. Oh no, we can't. We can't see the circuitry when the. Can I help you? Oh, okay. That's cat butt in my face. Look out. All right, what was I doing? What is that? There's an electric line there, but it doesn't go anywhere. Oh, it was for that. Okay, so that part needs to stay. That part needs to go that way. Okay, so where is the memory? Why is it a batch writer? Oh, this is for the lights. Okay. Logic reader, logic writer. So that one has a name. Where's the memory? Oh, they're using the memory from the outside. Okay. So in order to do this correctly, then I'm going to have to reroute the power for the suit storage. So that's going to have to go. There we go. Okay. That part is good. This is for, yep, for the hab tank. So if I tie this line into this network, you should be able to read from that network's components. So GH outer tank pressure. Light, hab tank valve. Heater, lights, low temp, max temp, mid temp. Logic rider, cold compare, cold select, warm compare, warm select, daylight. Outer tank pressure. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. Yeah, that line doesn't work. Okay, so this connects to the memory through that port, which goes out to the atmospherics that way. So I'd have to tie this line into that, that cable. That's going to be a single cable. That we can't even see from here. Pressure limit, yeah, so it sees pressure limit. That's what we're trying to connect to. So we need to tie into that line right there. Okay. What happened? You're in the wrong hands. Okay. So now that's okay, not going to intercept anything else there. Okay. All right, now will that work? Okay, we should be seeing different things. We see the light switch now. We see a lot of the same stuff. Mixer compare is outside. Water temp compare, inner tank, inner ice tank sensor. So we're seeing the stuff outside now. Logic reader pressure. We want pressure limit, mem pressure limit. There we go, pressure limit. So if this outer tank pressure is greater, Then the pressure limit. And lastly, we just need to read from greenhouse outer tank pressure. And obviously we want pressure. Pressure 0. Logic writer 0. So once this gets above the pressure limit, which I think is 7.5 megapascals, this inner tank will normalize with this room. Just enough to bring the pressure down below 7.5 megapascals. It won't take a lot, so at most it'll probably raise pressure in this room by 1 or 2 kPa at the most. So this prevents, this prevents the airlock from overpressurizing this over time, because there's always going to be some seepage. There's always going to be some pressure lost that just gets trapped in here, and you just need to bleed out the excess. But this way, we'll be pressurizing into a tank, which will be faster than pressurizing into this room, and depressurizing, purging the tank back into the airlock, will be much faster than using a passive vent to pressurize using using the back pressure. So it's something I've been doing for years, and it should speed things up. Before, when I played a couple of years ago, last time, I was using canister storage for this, which was no problem back then. But now, because of the hard limits on, canister overpressure and the way that they explode so violently when they get overpressurized for too long, I had to come up with a new solution. So this is it. All right, so that's everything for the hab side of the greenhouse, right? We can start closing this stuff off. Oh, I need that in hand. Come on. Give it to me. There we go. Okay, and eventually we're going to have to paint these so that they're all hab-like. See, this is a much better design than this. This thing comes in and then loops around so that we have the straight that we needed to create this bend. But this is because originally we just were doing the canister storage in here. That's how I blew up the hab the first and the second time. I thought the reason the hab blew up the first time was because of the gas mixer. I was using the gas mixer and the pressure regulator as a means to produce breathable atmosphere in this room, when in fact the gas mixer was just creating tremendous pressure before the pressure regulator, and I had nothing on there to stop it from overpressurizing. So that was a trickle effect, though. It wasn't pressurizing very quickly. Hello, can I help you? She's very social this morning. All right. So I thought the gas mixer blew, when in fact it was the canister blowing the first time. When the hab exploded a second time, after I just finished rebuilding it and adding all the logic to govern the gas mixer, because I thought that was my problem the first time. It became even more apparent that I was dealing with something far more dangerous, far more threatening. How are you doing? We got some seeds. Just one seed. Who moved? Oh. Oh, so she moved? So she says you bothered her. Poor thing. Oh, I've still got seats. There we go. Okay, so those are still seating. These are done. Wait, how do I still have... Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3, and plant. Can you make oil with just 2 soybeans? No. How many more we got? We got 1 more coming from that one, 2 more coming from that one. So why not just take them now? Let it seed with the remaining bean. There we go. I don't think soybean oil needs to be refrigerated, but we got the space for it. All right. Then we have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So what we may do, since these are growing poorly, oh, this one's thriving. So maybe it's a carryover from the original problem when the water temperature was around 2 degrees. That was a state that the previous plants inherited, but the new plants, now that the temperature's on another level, reset to that state, that baseline. So even though we've improved the temperature for the water since these plants were planted, they still retain the state that the water was in at that time. It's not dynamic. That's unfortunate if that's the case, because I think that's an oversight. I can understand why they would do something like that. That would save CPU cycles. It would lower the resource requirements for the game. But that being said, I don't know. It just makes micromanaging the plants a little bit too simple. If you can maintain the state of the plant throughout its life based on ideal settings at the very beginning, and then you don't have to worry about those settings after that, I can see how you can turn that into an exploit. But that's not my problem. All right. 67%. Is my hunger going down faster than I think it is? Or am I just imagining a lot? I mean, we've been in here a long time, but I don't know. All right, let's put the backpack on. Let's put the gear on. We can leave this open for now. Yeah, we're not going to do anything outside, so we can leave this open for now. Actually, I guess it's safer just to keep it closed, just in case something does happen. All right, so what do we need to do next before we get ready to clear this off? Everything's done on this side. Everything's wired up. Well, it's not wired up, actually. Let's do that real quick. So I should probably turn this around then. Since the wiring is going to be coming from there. Okay. So that's all wired up. That's going to go like that because that's going to go into the light. And then the problems I present for myself. Okay. Set inward. Let's get some pressure in there already. That should be enough. It's already got 1 megapascal in there. For a room this big? Actually, for a room this big, do we have enough room in there for... Well, this says it's 136 kilopascals. We'll see. We will see. Okay. So everything's wired up on this side. The last things we need for here, we're going to need a data disk. We're going to need a data disk. For the airlock, that's all I can think of. All right, let's go get a data disk, and then we're ready to go work on the other side. Oh, I left the lights on. That's fine. We're coming right back.
对对。哦，去年是1万 G 的啦，去年是1万 G 的。对对对对，我想说，应该我好像没有寄那个因为那时候我去年7月刚到职。 我那时候刚在开始陆续交接，所以我还没有。
Remember data disks.
7月份的时候，你说，
Anything else we want to go?
是。对啊，对对对，我刚刚有 好去，你刚好我看到你的 mail，只想说，因为你要打电话，我刚把你
Oh
电
yeah.
话跟你
I'm
说，
just gonna swap out the
对，
nitrogen
我们有
filter.
设，然后我们有设就是说你的
What?
部分是可以知道薪水，那账单的部分
I thought I broke my suit for a second.
是其他的文件的话是给 BB， 就是比如说合约啦、核保啊，或是有理赔的东西，就是可能跟薪资无关的可以给他。
Okay.
你说他是不执行，对，有，刚好在看一下设定。
Oh, power's getting low out here. What about up here?
我会寄给你，对，我会寄给你，然后就先确认明细都没问题，我们才会。
I can't see them from here. Oh, there they are.
对，好。
Power's mostly okay there, but I feel like
对，都会差不多。
we're gonna need some more.
结束就是要。
Do I have any more coal left anywhere?
然后保险公司才会开始作业。
Not in there.
所以我们6月1号可能他做的时候可能就都会到6月底7月出去的这样。
Not in there. Not in there.
好，谢谢啊，拜拜。So you should turn around.
Huh?
She's a baby. You should turn around. Don't need to film me. I'm working.
It's not filming you. It was only for that minute.
Okay. Because the camera is here. So
Yeah. Oh, the red light is because it's the ATEM has it selected, but it's only when I have the ATEM selected here.
She was sleeping on the end of the bed.
Mm.
The blanket. She found a new way. They have their son.
Mm-hmm. She's cute. Just hanging out with us, being social, before she goes and takes her daytime nap.
She thinks she cannot find praise.
Yeah. So I tried using that heater when it was really cold in here. It blew the breaker for the whole room. So all the living room got turned off. So we're using so much power in here that if we turn on that heater, the breaker blows. But that's how I know that my surge protectors work. Because I had like enough time to go and reset the breaker and turn everything on without my computer turning off.
It's good.
Yeah. Because I was editing videos at the time. It would have been really bad if I'd have lost all that work. Okay. Well, there's no reason for us to wait for the whole storm to go. I was just... I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Got the data disk. Put in my soup. See, that took a long time. So we won't know how hard this is working without turning on the airlock. So while we're waiting for that, let this recharge. Okay, so with 2 cells, that's 4 megapascals in the system now. So with 3 cells, like this airlock's going to be, that should be 6 megapascals going into this room. going into this tank. That should be fine. Okay, so for my next trick, we're going to see if I did correctly in my planning for this. Yeah. All right, we are now sealed inside our airlock. It should be safe to break this down. Okay, a little bit of depressurization there because it was vacuum. No, it was Mars atmosphere on the other side of this frame. You know, part of me wants to leave this frame in here as a sort of extra stability. But then we won't be able to put in any floors, any walls, or any of that. The trick is making sure I'm removing the right piece here, because if I remove the wrong thing, I will have to start over. All right, but so far so good. We're at 25 kPa in this environment, which sounds about right since we were at 75 kPa when we were part of that network, part of the hab. And this is 3 cells long, so we've divided that by 3, so that means this room is relatively sealed. Now, I was going to use this pipe and the active vent from this side of the room to purge this to atmosphere, to vacuum, before I brought this airlock online. But now I'm thinking I don't have to. We're going to just build it as is and get it up and running. Well, as much as we can. Oh, yeah. So right now, we have atmosphere on this side and we have vacuum on this side. So we don't have to finish the atmospherics on this side. We can remove that. Put you with you. All right, we're going to have an active vent there. Yep. And we're going to have the light. Anybody see the light? Oh, it's right here. Should be online. Yep. Okay. Let's see. I guess the active vent can go. Why doesn't that connect? Okay. Since I can't see the other side, I'm not sure. Maybe I came in straight from the bottom. That's entirely possible. So instead of doing this, I'll just. Oh, come on, give me something simple. There we go. There. Okay. So yeah, that should actually be it for all the electronics in here. So we should be able to bring the airlock online now. Okay. Turn you on. Error in config. Okay. External pressure is going to be 75. Internal pressure is going to be 0 for now. Okay, let's turn you off. This is going to be the greenhouse door. Outer. There's no label on, or there's no, yeah, there's no label like the composite door has. Greenhouse inner. It doesn't need to be so verbose. Okay. That should be everything. Okay. Greenhouse outer, exterior. Greenhouse sensor, sensor. Greenhouse light, light. Greenhouse outer vent, exterior. Greenhouse inner, interior. Greenhouse inner vent, interior. Oh. Why did it do that? It just let that atmosphere in here. I thought it was going to purge into there first. I thought it was going to do a full cycle, but it didn't. So all of that pressure went in here when I wanted it to go into that tank. It's fine. It's just going to set us back a few minutes while we wait for this room to purge again. It's like watching water boil. But there's really nothing else I can do right now while I get this set up. I mean, I can start to work on the venting on this side. So this will go 1 deep for the analyzer. And the wiring's going to be from that side, yes. That will go into an inline tank. I think this will fit. There's not a lot of room in here. Oh, wait. So there has to be room for the valve. So this... I'll have to go higher. Can a valve feed straight into a passive vent? Where's the valve? Oh. Yeah, I can. Ah! There we go. Okay, so we have the digital analyzer. That will one. Okay. So this will feed into this. If this overpressurizes, this will open and normalize with the atmosphere in here. And it should only be CO2 or whatever concentration of atmosphere we want to put in here. But what I'm thinking is we're going to have around 55 kilopascals of CO2 pressure in here. Which means we will need, I don't know, hold on. Yeah, because we have more CO2 than anything else anyway, so it's safer just to keep it pure. The plants in here will naturally produce oxygen though, so the more the merrier. The food that we're not going to be eating, we're going to be turning into fuel. So we're going to make this as comprehensive and functional as possible. That's why we're using such a volume of space. And the rest of the space is so I can start working on the Lars and Harveys and all the other stuff that I've never used before. I'm kind of eager to learn about that. But this part of the system is done. So pretty much the entire network, the entire airlock is done. Not the network, but the airlock itself. Still working on purging that extra atmosphere we threw in here. Which I'm not sure how I could have, well, yeah, I could have prevented that by just manually purging it to vacuum with the HAB active vent before I brought the system online. I could have just used this to draw in all the atmosphere in here, and that would have been it. Well, this is a bad time for a waste tank caution. Or is it? We could possibly, oh well, no, we can't because we need to tie this off. All right, can we see the power from the other side? Because I know I set some up over there. No, we can't see it. Oh, no, don't. I turned on my jetpack. We were so close to emptying here. It's all nitrogen, so it's all jetpack. That means everything else was already purged. Okay, it looks like it's flowing out pretty easily though. Yeah, you forget about things like the fact that Jetpack is introducing atmosphere into a pressurized environment. You really shouldn't be using your Jetpack indoors anyway, but yeah. .10 millimoles. Come on. 800ths. I apologize. $12, $11. Yeah, the longer you wait, the slower it gets. We're okay on battering. All right, I'm going to leave the remainder in here. We're going to... Can we cycle the airlock while the data disk is in there? I guess we can just toss it aside for now. So we're going to need the flooring that we produced. We're going to need another door. We're going to need a ladder. 2 ladders, actually. And that should be it. Gonna leave you in here for now. Could have left this on while we were doing this part. Anything else we really need in here? Not really. Okay, room is now vacuum. And still vacuum. Okay, so we should be able to cancel pressurize. Should be working. Okay. Okay, well, we have some flooring here, so we do need that. I wonder if we should have an always-on light in there. Maybe not an always on light. I don't know. I'll think about it later. This is going to go down there eventually. Turn you off. Okay. Let's go get our stuff. Wait, why is oxygen clear critical? Oh, that was just transitioning to the suit. Okay. Got some more seeds. Okay. So I can replant these. Thriving, thriving, thriving. Moderately well, moderately well. Thriving, moderately well. It might still be the CO2 concentration. I might want to raise the concentration. Okay. Really wish we could have generated wheat seeds before we lost the wheat. Okay. So this thing is slowly working back up to 75 kPa. See, that's what I'm trying to avoid, is getting in a situation where this room is struggling to maintain pressure because of the stresses from both airlocks. There's really not much I can do about it. Yeah, it's a byproduct of this design. Okay, let's go ahead and start finishing this up. What's happening? Why can't I move? Okay. All right, you're a wall there. You're going to be type 3. But you're going to be, how do I rotate you? That's not what it says. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. Like that. And like that. That and that. Oh, the wall comes right up to the control panel. I don't like that. We need a type 1 ceiling. Type 1. It looks like they're on the correct side. Yeah, that's right. All right, so we'll need a couple more walls. Oh, man. How'd the data disk get all the way over there? Okay, so a couple more walls. Oh no, the flooring can stay in here. We're gonna need to do stuff with that flooring. That frame? Do I need the frame? I might be able to use that frame in here too, because I might have a center stem. Well, no. I imagine if I was going to do it, I'd do it with like walls instead. Because I could turn that center stem into, instead of just a solid frame, I could use maybe as a makeshift water tank, an ice tank like I did outside to generate temperature and pressure. We'll see. All right, 2 more walls, a door. We'll need some more flooring. We'll need 2 ladders. I'm already packed up. All right, let's head out. Back up to 71 kPa in here. All right. 2 ladders. We'll need a door. We will need a couple of walls. $30 walls. Those all my walls. 60 walls. Oh, I meant to bring that extra frame out. Oh well. All right, we got the walls. We're going to need some of this eventually. Well, we're going to need it out here too. Yeah, at least leave this one out. We'll need one of these. Might as well take all the walls and all the glass. And all right, so was that everything I said I needed? We got the door, we got the ladders, we got the flooring. No, we didn't get the flooring. Where's the floors? There we go. Let's get some more. We printed up enough. Anything else? Let's grab the extra floors. Okay. So we had the wiring going in for the APC, APC. Oh, the cable came out that way. Okay. But we'll reconcile that soon. All right, we're ready to go back. Yeah, I can't fully pressurize in here yet. Okay. Okay. Oh, I was about to take off my suit because that's normally what I do when I'm in the hab. Okay, everything is growing well now, so maybe it was the water temperature. All right. Yeah, I feel like I should leave the lights off since I'm not going to actually be working in there. All right. Can we see that pipe network? It looks to be working. It's just, it hasn't hit 75 kPa yet. I'm not sure why. I need to make sure we're producing enough breathable atmosphere. I haven't checked my nitrogen or oxygen stocks in a while. .5 megapascals, that's on this side of the network. So 134 moles. We don't have a lot of oxygen left. We're twice as much nitrogen, but we need much more than that too. Okay. Well, there's plenty of pressure in the line. I'm not sure why the pressure regulators hasn't achieved desired pressure yet. The back pressure regulator is not even on yet, not right now. Yeah, we still can't hit. Oh, we're up to 74. So I guess it's normalizing. I don't know. Yeah. I feel like it should have been easier. All right. That might help. Well, no, it won't, because that's just all going into that tank. Why did that go to 3 kilopascals? It should have been 0. Oh. No. Almost. Come on, come on. I gotta get up there without using my jetpack. Waste tank caution. All right. Let's put a floor here. What I need. Okay. Iron sheets. I don't have iron sheets in here. All right. Ladders. Okay. Do we have pressure in here now? We do. We need to make sure that we're eliminating that. All right, let you work that out. We probably need to go get some more coal on the next sunrise. Okay, it's going to take a minute for that to bleed out. Where am I going to put that? Let's say it goes here. Oh, it needs to be on a frame. Okay, we're just going to put it there for now. Is that close enough? Yeah, okay. It's fancy. The logic for this will be, I guess we'll just put it here. All right, the logic writer. Oh, well, the logic reader, I don't want anything intersecting with the door, so we'll put it this way. Okay. Memory, logic processor. Compare unit. Okay. Pressure limit. I think it's 7,500. We'll know when we... Waste tank critical. Okay. Well, how are you? There's still pressure in here.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Why did that feel like such a struggle? Yeah, I feel like we need another light in here. Tied to a sensor. It can be on its own circuitry. We can... Yeah, I'm already thinking about adding some additional solar panels up here to try and generate some more power, because we're still hurting for power. All right, how are you doing? Waste tank's good. Life support's almost full. Air oxygen's almost full. All right, let's go. I want to see if this is working or not, because we're operating on the... Oh, why are you open? I think I accidentally opened it when I turned on the lights. Is there anything else I need? I don't think so. We can finish these off. You facing the right way? I think you are. Yep, looks good. Okay. I should set that aside somewhere. That's not what I wanted. There you go. All right. It's up to 73. Let's crank this up a little bit. Well, maybe not that much. All right, now we're at 75 in here with both airlocks open. So that means both of these tanks should be relatively empty. 121 kPa. That one's empty. Okay. That means that we haven't reached full pressure in here for a while. And we're down to 74. So are we leaking pressure somehow? Leaking atmosphere. This won't go out without this being on. There's liquid in the pipe. I don't know. Let's get back to work. Why is it going up like that? All right, it says we're 0 now. Oh, that's right, I needed iron. Turn you off. 20 pascals. How did we get 20 pascals in here? What is happening that's causing atmosphere to bleed in here? Turn you back on. Still want to get down to vacuum. 6%. So this is atmosphere from the other room. How is that leaking in here? That air is not venting out right. So we're not losing anything we have in here. All of it's going back into our atmospheric system. That vent, that pipe runs all the way over and joins the waste tank purge pipe from the suit storage. And all that feeds into the atmospheric filters. So we're not losing any of this atmosphere in here, but I need to know how it's getting in this room. I mean, obviously it's coming in through the airlock. What I don't understand is why. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much. I just need to ensure that it's not going to, precipitate something else much more catastrophic happening later. Man, this doesn't feel very big down here. Let's wire up the pressure valve while we're here. It should be empty, right? Oh no, because how is that right there? I don't know. I didn't pull this off the way I thought I did, the way I wanted to. Wait, why can I didn't put glass on there, huh? Yep. Okay. All right, I think this airlock's about as stable as it's going to get, but until I figure out what I've done wrong, or just what I've done with the air pressure, the pressure in here, the gas pressure in here, I won't know for sure if it's completely ready for prime time. Okay. So we have the pipe analyzer. So what we're going to do I put the disc back over there. But I know interior was set to zero pressure, so we're going to go and cycle the airlock. Okay, we are zero pressure now. But there is pressure in this tank. So I think this is bleeding something into the airlock, and then that's causing the pressure in here. So while this is on, we're going to turn this on. That's bled the tank into this room. It is now all out of here. All right, we are now back to vacuum. And we should remain that way. I think what happened was some pressure got caught in that tank when we created it while we were still trying to vent this room from the excess gases. Now that it's completely purged, it should stay purged. This should all stay vacuum on this side of the airlock. Oh, that side opened, so that means that it finished cycling to that side. That's good. I forgot about that, so we might have been stuck in here if it couldn't get to the desired pressure in there. All right, so we're going to test this, and when we do, we're going to go ahead and go out and get the iron we need to put this together. This catch. Okay, cooling door, and then iron sheet. That's it. So we just need one iron sheet. Okay. Right now, we know there's nothing beneath these floor tiles, so we don't have to worry about, like, having to overlap or collide with anything just yet. Well, we've just about done everything we wanted to do here. Turns out we didn't need this ladder. It was real easy for us to tie into the power. So let's go get that iron. Do we want to work on a light for the airlock? No. I want to keep working on the greenhouse. Okay, let's go start producing. Well, let's get out of here first. No pressure. No pressure. No pressure. No pressure. Pressure. 200 kPa. That's not good. I mean, it's very minuscule. It's also very warm. Well, warm compared to our standards. It's on the high end of the threshold. We keep the room between 20 and 25 degrees. I guess we'll just leave on that. No, we don't need it immediately reaching vacuum, so we can keep manually toggling this when we're working in here. I just want to understand what's happening here. How is there pressure seeping in here? It's not supposed to happen that way. What time is it? It's 11:30. It's almost lunchtime. My wife hasn't said anything about going to lunch today, but... Okay, that's the inner vent. That's the inner door. Outer door. Outer vent. So we'll bring in a data disk in here as well and make sure we're wired up correctly. I'm just going to leave it on, go get the iron, go get the data disk, and come back real quick. See, I still feel like there's some seepage happening somehow. If there's a leak. No, there's not a leak. Once the pressure seeped in, it stayed there. It didn't go, it didn't continue to rise. And we're able to get back down to vacuum. So there's not like a leak. It's not like draining now. But we're not getting all the pressure from this room in here. And I'm not sure why. So it's getting up to nearly 7 megapascals after just a couple. There's water, polluted water. No, that's not polluted water. That's liquid pollutant. What is going on? I don't understand what's happening between these rooms. All right, let's go do what we said we were going to do. First, you. Oh, well, can't do that. I guess it helps if I cycle through. I'm starting to wind down. I think I need to take a break, get some lunch. We're almost at the 3-hour mark. I'll stop then. Oh, I should try and change on my waste tank too. And our power cell. We're still hurting for power out here. So that's one of the goals of the greenhouse, is to help us with our power generation. We can automate the production of biomass and use that to make biofuel, either charcoal. Is there a biofuel? Diced organic material that is returned when food and organic matter is passed through the recycler and centrifuge can be burned in a furnace into charcoal for use in the generator's solid fuel. Okay, so it's just a replacement for coal, but it's a renewable coal source. So that's good. So yeah, we'll likely have our own dedicated centrifuge and recycler for just the output from the greenhouse, so that we're producing a constant supply of biofuel, and that should significantly augment our fuel requirements. By then, we'll have this wired up and circuited so that it will come on anytime we get below a certain threshold from our batteries. Now, in the meantime, just so we are sure we're not going to run out, we're about to go mine up some coal. We've got some very close by right here. I guess it helps if I equip that. Why can't I? Do we pick it up? Yeah. Probably don't need that much. Okay. So we're not running out of power, but we're going from full to empty over the course of a few days. This should get us back to close to full again. So I've been trying to achieve a balance of power consumption versus power generation, leveraging the space of this structure as much as possible. But I never achieved that balance. The goal was that we were producing enough energy throughout a day that we would fill these batteries to full by nightfall, even with whatever battery consumption that we have throughout that day. But it hasn't happened yet. We've gotten close. Like if it storms, well, we definitely hit our power ceilings, and those storms are really what's kept us alive for all this time, because it's given us a power boost when we needed it. Well, almost every time we needed it. How much coal have we used? Oh, not even half. Okay, it's going slower than I realized. How much? You might see my tool belt. There it is. %. Yeah, we're at 18% for the water. We're down to 77 liters. And we're like hundredths of a liter in the hot water tank. It's still serving its function. It's still keeping the water at the desired temperature. Oh, we're starting to produce more steam. It's cooled off. It's down to 166 C. But we're back up over 500 moles. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens. Not you. Is it you? Nope. Yep, some of it melted. So I want to see how that affects the lines. So steam is going into the the gas network. So it's probably water vapor, very cold water vapor from the ice as it melts. But since it's in minuscule amounts and it's reacting with the atmosphere, it's heating up rather quickly. Yeah, it's 38 degrees C. .41. So yeah, by the time it reaches the water tank over there through the filtering, it should augment our temperature in there, so it's even hotter. All right, let's go check our temperatures and our pressure. Pressure's up a little bit. Temperature's definitely up. All right, so what about the temperature here? Are we up above 166? Nope. We're still hovering around 500 moles of steam. So whatever's trickling in from that ice, it's trickling back out again into this hot water tank, hot water line. Yeah, the liters are up a bit, but they're, I don't know, they're oscillating quite a bit. But we're holding at 18C, and I ran out of battery. Okay. I want... See, the air pressure goes up in here and it stays steady. It doesn't falter in here. Yeah, it's 75 and 0. So it should be just like this one. Why is my water pressure 175? Oh, we're already to the seating for that one. Seating. Nice. All right. Internal is there. External, 75. Outer door, inner door, outer vent, inner vent. Outer door, outer vent, inner vent, inner door. Wait, didn't I cycle? I really need to take a break. Yeah. See, I see the pressure fluctuating. It says 0, but I don't believe it. Yeah. Don't do that. All right. Is it the doors themselves? Am I doing something wrong? Stairwell, no doors. You can put doors on your stairwell? Okay, so it has a max pressure, which means it is sealed. Just like composite door. Oh, but the max pressure is lower. Okay. I don't know what else to do. We're just going to leave it. We're going to live with it. It's not ideal, but waste tank caution. So yeah, so we're already going to have a reclamation system in here for the greenhouse environment. It's going to push CO2 in here through a pressure regulator, and it will drain the excess. While the plants in here are breathing CO2, they'll be expelling oxygen, and we want to reclaim all that. So I guess yeah, we're going to live with it. We're just going to start with the next course. So first we need to finish this wiring and queue up the logic. Come on, we can do this. Okay. That just needs... All right. This is greenhouse tank valve, greenhouse tank, greenhouse tank, logic writer, greenhouse tank valve, pressure limit, logic processor, okay. Okay, pressure limit. You're reading from greenhouse tank. If it's greater than oof. What was I doing? Jeez. All right, we're going to read from... Oh, that's right. We're still naming stuff. No, we named it all. We named everything we need to name. So we are reading from the GH tank. Waste tank critical. It's always something.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
I need to understand how we're bleeding into this room. Like I said, we can live with it. We can work with that. Just let it go. But I just need to understand why this room is different. Why? Maybe air tank or airlocks aren't meant to be so big. But I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to change that without completely dismantling the greenhouse that we've already built. That should be enough to get us by. And let's start working on the internals while we're at it too. I just saw the pressure go down in here. So why do I keep leaving this open? So there's definitely something going on that's causing a bleed. I can't imagine what it is. Pressure is 73.7 kPa, 73.8. So pressure's coming up because of this. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to start cycling this harder. I'm going to bring you up to 76. I'm going to bring you down to 75. That should encourage a more balanced atmosphere in here. That should, well, let's reduce the number of pollutants. %. Okay, pollutants are gone. Plug you back in. All right. Eventually, this needs to get wired up with the waste tanks the waste line as well. So what do I need to do that? The pipe is over here. Yeah, so I need to come out and back this way. Sounds so violent. And then it just needs to tie into that line right there. And that'll allow us to collect whatever's in here. What is in there? 20 kPa of pollutant and nitrous oxide from the nitrous oxide incident. Okay. Yeah, so we need a back pressure regulator. We need a pressure regulator. We need to go ahead and run the CO2 line from here. It's already connected here. We just need to run it the rest of the way to a spot inside that we can start feeding it CO2. And then we need that output. We need the back pressure regulator to run out into the waste. So we're already tied into the waste from that active vent that we're using to bring it down to vacuum. So we can just push into that with the back pressure regulator. So then we need 2 passive vents. Let's go start working on this. I believe, this is just my guess, but I believe airlocks are meant to be no larger than 2 cells, two squares. And that's causing like a null. So this console can see everything in these 2 squares, and it's managing that when it's in regards to its pressure and composition triggers. So what's happening is it's ignoring the 3rd square of space in the airlock. And so you see the pressure start to go down. Okay. 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. Hello?
喂，你好，我是 UPS。
UPS? 你会说英文吗？
你等我一下。
They're getting somebody who can speak English.
UPS, 你好。
Yes, you called me.
Oh yes, this is package sent from US, and we will need you to verify that that's your personal use package, or you want to declare the company package.
It's personal use.
Personal use. Oh, I see. So have you registered for the EasyWay, the app from the custom before?
Yes. Yes, I've lived in Taiwan for 5 years. I'm on EasyWay. I have a APRC.
Let me check the phone number.
Okay.
You have already registered for the EasyWay. Then we will upload your package information to the app. Then we will need you to press the confirm. Then we can start the declaration process.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your time. Okay, have a nice day.
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye. They could have done that first. So I guess they expect, I understand it, but I guess they expect foreigners to need help with importing, which I did when I first got here, but I've been here 5 years. Let's see. We need 2 passive vents. Should we work? I mean, why not work with insulated vents? Like, ideally, they should be closed off anyway, since we'll be working inside the greenhouse. But I mean, they're in the game for a reason. I haven't used them very much before now. So let's work with them now. All right, we got our pressure regulators, we got our passive vents. We've got one active vent in there now. We're going to leverage that with the back pressure regulator. We're going to have both of them tied into the same line. But we don't need anything additional for that. Okay, so 2 passive vents. We need to... Is all the piping in there? I think all the pipe is in there. I don't have it on me. I don't have it on me. Let's crank out some more pipes. If I can spell it right. Have they fed the system yet? Why are you so dark? Oh, 3% battery. 1 sec. Where's my cable? All right, now I can see personal messages. That's ASUS. Nope, UPS hasn't done it yet. But I've approved all these, right? Yep. That one's already done. That one's already done. Okay. Well, I'll wait for them to do their thing. All right. That should be enough for now. Okay, we need a few for the inside. That line's going to come out here. And tie into this. All right. And then, oh, we need to reclaim that. Well, now we have an extra one. We'll probably find a use for it. Let me think here. So we have pressure regulators, we have the piping, we have the vents. So we have what we need to push those in. We need to run the CO2 line, which comes up here. We need to bring that in here somehow. So where's our CO2 line? We need to bring it up and over that. So basically, like that. And then this should clear. Wait, did I just, I did. All right. I'm gonna need more pipe. You're out of steel, okay. How can I not? Okay. I think the way I want this to work, this is going to be the pressure regulator that feeds into the system. So the pressure regulator will be running upwards. And I guess we'll have the vent over here. So what we'll do is we'll run into the pressure regulator like that. We got everything, right? No. Okay. I'll take the rest of it with us inside. All right, we've got the pressure regulator. It's going to be bringing in just pure CO2, right? There's nothing else in that line. There's some nitrogen in that line. How is there nitrogen in our CO2 tank? It's filtered. It's always been filtered. Right? No? I don't know. All right. But yeah, we have everything we need to start filling that thing up with CO2. Probably. Didn't get it out in time. I keep forgetting to take that out. It always waits until I'm like inside to tell me about the waste tank. Take my waste tank. We got everything right. Nope. Okay, it should only be the frames in here. All right. Let's go ahead and eat something. Drink something. Just put me like 175. Yep. I don't understand that. I don't. Seeds. Fruiting. See, they're back to growing poorly again. So it's not the water temperature. I think it is the CO2 concentration. It's just not high enough. But we're almost done here as far as this as our makeshift green room. Yeah, that's it. We're ready. No, it's not. All right, let's watch this pressure. Yeah. So what's happening is it sees these two cells, but it doesn't see this one. So you see that 4 kilopascals of pressure? That's coming from this cell. It's draining everything else from these two cells into the tank. But the game doesn't account for a three square airlock. And so it's ignoring the pressure in this cell with this reading. And so as we drain the pressure here, that excess pressure pushes in here. So we see it go down and up, down and up, and down and up. And when it's done depressurizing, meaning it hit zero, it stops the vent, but that pressure immediately goes up from the rest of the pressure bleeding from this side. And then that pressure gets released into this room. So you cannot have more than a 2 square airlock in the game right now. That's what I'm seeing based on these results. So yeah, 70% nitrogen, 29% oxygen, and 0.69% CO2. That's the composition of the other room bleeding over into this because of that, because of the enormous size of our airlock. And I doubt it tells you this, but I mean, obviously I wouldn't have built it like this if I'd have known that limitation existed. I've never made an airlock from a kit. It looks like it just makes a door. It's got a higher max pressure, that's for sure. Maybe I should be making airlock doors. I doubt that would have an effect on this problem, though. Okay, so first we need to, well, all right, he's still working on getting the excess gas out. Let's get this stuff ready. We need one of those up there. We need one of those up there. Then we're going to want to bring that wiring in from this side. We're going to need to print out some more wiring soon. Okay. Now, oh, the APC is there. So the back pressure regulator is going to have to go, I suppose, go here. Probably could have saved some power too. Yeah, like that. We'll figure it out. Okay. Let's move this ladder. Angle grinder? For a ladder? So I think they're just trying to get somebody in trouble. All right. This is our pressure regulator. And we'll feed into this vent. This is our back pressure regulator. I just realized that is in the wrong place, that power line. Okay, so this will probably want to run like this. Okay. Okay. This is making it harder to get up there. There we go. Okay. So that power already runs like that. So we can do away with that. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to make sure that the piping that comes out of there can get to the line over there. Maybe I should do the piping first just to make sure. Okay, so That pipe needs to get to there. This pipe needs to get to there. Okay. One, two, three. Wow. Literally bouncing off the walls. Merging. We're not trying to merge. This is not going to be easy. Got it. All right, so we should be able to put this ladder back here. This is its semi-permanent location. There we go. Okay. So for the back pressure regulator, basically anything over 53, we want to stay above 50. 50 is the minimum ideal pressure for plants. So we don't ever want to go below that. So 53. Actually, I'm going to set that to 52. And we'll set the pressure regulator to 51. No, 53. So the pressure regulator, we're trying to get this room up to 53. The back pressure regulator will remove anything above 52. So we should constantly be circulating CO2 through here. All right. Don't really see a reason not to turn it on. Turn you off. Turn you on. It's going to take a while to fill up this room. In the meantime, all our piping is done. Shouldn't need any more of that anytime soon. Did we finish this? All right, so the logic reader should be reading GH tank. Yeah, we got this far. All right, GH tank. Pressure. 0.07. 70. All right, so 7,500 should be the right number. You should be reading from GH pressure limit compare and writing out to GH tank valve on 0 pressure. You should be reading from logic reader greenhouse tank greater than pressure limit. Why aren't you getting power? Oh, I disconnected you. Okay. So it reads in pascals. No, it reads in kilopascals. Yeah, it reads in kilopascals. .70 pascals. A kilopascal is 1,000, so that would be 0.07. 0.07. So 7.5 megapascals is going to be 7,500. I think I'm right. Pressure is up to 6 kilopascals right now. Okay, where's our data disk? All right, internal. We're going to set that to 50. Okay. Up to 7 kilopascals so far. And where are those walls? We got some here. We can start. And it's always the waste tank. I don't have a lot of time.
Oxygen low. Oxygen
Come on. So yeah, so that's what's happening in there. You see it jumping up and down when it's trying to fill this room as well, because it thinks it's seating these two squares, and in fact, it's bleeding into these two, carrying over into the next square, and that's why the pressure keeps falling and rising and falling. Oh, we already got the seats from that one. Seats? Nope, still seating. Poorly seating. Already got the seats from that one. What's our CO2 in here now? 0.72. It's not immediate. Whatever it is, it's... I don't know. It's not clear to me what's affecting these plants. We're down to 0.001 pollutant. I really don't think that's having an effect on this. That pollutant's gone now. Oh no, it's still in this room. So I think because the content is so minimal, it takes a while for it to normalize with the other room. 120, 120, wait. 127, okay. Okay, so that's bleeding, or that's filling up with CO2. We're going to need some hydroponic trays next. It's 12:30. Oh, I had some more walls on me. Probably going to need some more plastic though. Let's go mine up some more silicon so we can print up some more plastic. And then I need to think about calling here in the next 10 minutes or so. So I need to think about how I'm going to fix the airlock. So what I'm thinking, yeah, you cannot make a three square airlock. The console only reads 2 squares. The third square will always have excess atmosphere that's going to bleed into the next room. I thought it was going to be fine because it was going to be a one-way thing. It was going to be the hab atmosphere bleeding into the greenhouse, but that's not the case. It's going to go both ways. It won't be as extreme going this way, but there's still going to be a lot of CO2 bleeding in. You know what? No, I'm going to live with it and see what the effects really are. If this proves to be a problem, then what we'll have to do is to basically kill off one of these squares of the airlock, seal it off with a wall, move the airlock door. No, that still won't solve the problem. I was thinking I'd move it within this square. There's no way to do that. There's no way to do that without completely ripping out and redoing all the internals of the airlock. All right, now we're going to have to live with it and hope that it works and that it doesn't bleed too much CO2 back into the hab. We're fine with nitrogen and oxygen getting into the green room. But, yeah. We'll just have to wait and see. We can cover you up now with the type 3. Eventually we'll get some corners on these guys. And I don't know, we'll probably have some heavy solar panels, some heavy basics on these walls, and then some articulating solar panels on top there. Yeah. And yeah, that's it. Okay. Well, we need to paint. Okay. So that's oxygen coming in. Oh, we just don't have the rest of the output line from the green room. Okay. All right. Apparently we can't jump over that. That's tricky to get in and out of. All right. Yeah. So we're going to start printing out hydroponics. What's a portable hydroponic? Steel and nickel. We don't need that right now. We're going to go old school hydroponics. But there is another hydroponic, isn't there? Yeah, the hydroponic station. And then the Lardock. We're going to need the advanced alloys for that, though. Eventually, we will get back to working on our advanced furnace. I get sidetracked way too easily. So we need some nickel. Well, wait, what is a hydroponic station? Oh, yeah, this thing. This is what I should have had in the hab. How many plants can it grow? It looks like it just grows 4. That probably would have been fine for our purposes. That might be the problem. We might be just trying to put too many plants in that one square. So maybe we'll follow this model. We'll have 4 plants per square. But we won't have this in the greenhouse. We might build one of these and put it in the hab, though, in that space once those hydroponic trays get moved out. What does it take to make it? Gold, copper, steel, and nickel. We can get some more nickel. All right. So we're just about to hit the 4-hour mark. I think this is a good place to stop. We have a largely well-constructed greenhouse shell. It's got atmosphere. We learned an important lesson today about the limitations of airlocks in this game. So you cannot build a 3-square airlock, not effectively. It only sees 2 squares of atmosphere. So when you try to depressurize this room, you're going to see it oscillate. It's going to try and drop and then keeps raising. It's going to hit to 0, and this is going to stop, and then it's going to shoot up to like 3 kPa. Nope, it worked this time. We've only got 9 kPa in there, though. No, it didn't quite work. Well, yeah. Well, it's working better now. Oh, look at that temperature, though. All right, let's cancel. All right, we're going to have to work on the conditioning for this room. The air conditioning. So we can get the temperature up to the right levels as well. All right, but we're up to 29 kPa in here so far, so that's good. Yeah, that's over half. We're only working on getting to around 52, which is just above the nominal level for plants to grow. So in the next episode, we'll be building out the hydroponic trays, building out the circuitry, and the machines we need to heat up and cool down this room so that we can get it, to stick to a nice, healthy 22.5 degrees, basically. And yeah, we'll be cranking out potatoes like Mark Watney and turning that into fuel so that hopefully we don't have to burn any more precious coal that we could be using for more steel, or you can use it as a filter, right? You could use it as a plant filter. Yeah, we're going to start getting into seed genomics as well pretty soon. Well, at least I hope we will. Seed. What is it? The application, appliance seed tray. Plant. Yeah, plant genetic stabilizer, splicer, analyzer. Can be used to process samples from the plant sampler. So we need the plant sampler first. It's produced with iron and copper. That will feed into the analyzer, which is made from gold, copper, and steel. That will be used for the stabilizer, which we won't be making anytime soon. And nope, we already looked at the analyzer. The splicer. Also a late game machine. But we're getting into the we can at least get into analyzing and learning from that. Wait, what's the difference between a planter and a hydroponic tray? Small planter for decorative or hydroponic purposes can be connected to water or watered manually using a water bottle or liquid canister water. So, what is the difference between a planter and a hydroponic tray? Waste tank cost, of course. Wait, there's a hydroponics device. Is the ideal vessel for growing a range of plant life that it must be supplied with water using a pipe network and sufficient life to generate photosynthesis. Can be automated using the Harvey. Note that unlike the hydroponic tray, these cannot be placed consecutively as they're considered devices rather than pure pipes. They do, however, allow data interrogation for logic systems. Okay, so we're going to be switching from hydroponic trays to hydroponic devices, for one. I think a planter is just a basic version of a hydroponic tray. It says you can connect it to water. But yeah, I'm sure it has a function, but I don't think it has anything for us. All right. But that's it. That's where we're going to leave off. Yeah. Down here is where all the guts will go for the logic for the heating and cooling. The heater and the cooler will be down here. And the basic structure, the basic logic for the Harveys will probably start down here. But the Harveys themselves if I understand them correctly, they'll be running along tracks in this upper area. And we may need a walk floor space around the center here. If we can do so without affecting the light of the hydroponic space. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we need to do. I need to do some research on that. I'll do that offline, off stream, so that I'll be ready to come and try out what I've learned in the next few episodes and let you guys see how well or how poorly I'm interpreting the gameplay for this. But yeah, this is our greenhouse, such as it is. All right. That's it for today. Thank you for watching. Be sure to like, subscribe, and or follow whichever platform you're seeing me on. And if you haven't yet, if you like content like this, check out my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Arcagus. Thanks again. You guys be safe. Oh, look at the sunrise. Take care.